Yo, what's up, man? I just saw you called.
Hey, not a whole lot. Real quick, I got a question for you, and I can let you get back to it.
Yeah, what's up?
Um, so the CME group thing, the subscription or
Yep.
whatever for market data,
Yep.
um, it showed that it was $0 per month. Now it wants me to upgrade to this $41 per month thing. Otherwise, all my charts are back 10 minutes. Is that?
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying.
So your charts are delayed, is what you're saying?
Yeah, like MNQ right now is delayed by 10 minutes. I can't see anything.
Are you're still using the same? Like what prop firms are you using right now? Just
Apex
MyFunded?
Trader Funding and MyFunded Futures, and they're both on Trade-of-8.
Is Apex new?
No,
Oh, you've had that
been
for a
around
while.
for a while.
Okay, so you still have a live account with them?
Yeah,
Okay. Disc. Well, they're both trade of 8, and so you're using trade, dude. I don't know. This might be a customer support question because I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
Right on.
I don't use trade of 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess once I figure this out and I guess get it going, would you mind maybe later, in a couple hours or so, if I hop in here and live trade, just kind of share my screen? I can mute myself, but
Oh, you want me to watch you trade?
just so you can kind of glance over every now and again and just see what's going on.
Yeah, I can do that.
Maybe pinpoint a mistake or two.
Yep, for sure, man.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll let you know when this is fixed.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
All right, bye. Yo, what's up, Adam? How you doing, brother? What's up, T-Drov? How you doing, man? I think I'm gonna hop in here. I'll add short if we get a pullback to retest this 700 level and this 717 value area low. Man, I wasn't really prepared for this. Just right off the open, just dumping. Yeah, we gotta have a Trump indicator. $25,706 is the level for me to watch. If we do bounce up to 706, I want to see do we break that level or do we hold it below? That's from pre-market. I got a quick scalp off of this value area high. Would have been great to hold it, but it got stuck right here. So I usually try not to hold through the open, but this one would have worked out. Still watching this 25,706 level to hold as resistance. Haven't revisited, but what I'm looking at is, here, I'll show you. Right here. We also have this cluster of imbalances. So right around the value area, low, and this area is what I'm watching to potentially hold for this short move. Could be reasonable to think that it would want to revisit VWAP, but with these levels right here, I'm hoping it doesn't bounce up beyond here. And T-Drive, I know you're probably hoping we come back to VWAP. And for moves like this, my hope is that we leave this open if we really have some momentum. If we start to see this level out and we start consolidating, then a retest of VWAP would be ideal for an entry. Nice. Trying to figure out what would be realistic for a short target. I think this value area low right here could potentially get tapped if we can get down there. 25,684 is also another level I'm watching. Unfortunately, it's right below my price. So when we're bouncing like that, we're bouncing from this low right here. What I would like to see is, if I'm looking at the footprint candles, looking for imbalances as it pushes up on the buy side, and just looking for large numbers. And the reason for the I'm looking for large numbers on the right side of this footprint chart is because I want to see that we have sellers here that are willing to put out a bunch of limit orders that will absorb up those aggressive buy orders to keep this price moving down. And then ideally, you see a stair step pattern happening on these footprint charts, where it's like you see a big number here as price goes down, you see another big number on the right over there. So essentially you have passive sellers that are willing to sell at lower prices, along with aggressive sellers. But the passive sellers is what keeps price from moving up, and the aggressive sellers is what will keep pushing price down. I don't want to see this candle gaining momentum to the upside. I want to see that wick to start to form on the top. And especially if we reach this price here, which is, let's make sure, yesterday's close. So if we approach yesterday's close, I'd like to see it reject off of that level. You can see right here, this is 2 days ago, 6645, which we just passed, which is 2 days ago, the point of control. So what I'm looking for is, where are we gonna start balancing out? And it's still dropping, so not yet. It's a good thing. But where's the next level that we could hit? 25,548 potentially. Continue to see, aggressive selling, pushing price down. Downside to not copy trading is, with a move like this, it'd be great to have it on all my accounts, but it's kind of what I decided for this week. So here, I mean, being that we broke through this level here, and after yesterday's close, I would definitely put at least a break even on, and most likely just above yesterday's close. I mean, in all honesty, if I don't want this to snap back and hit this. I'm looking to take half off. Most likely right here, 25,551. And for this kind of move, I'll probably start clamping down my stop so that if it does end up bouncing from down here, it's not going to snap back all the way up on me. Looks like we did have some absorption down here. A little bit concerning for a V-shaped reversal. All right. This candle's getting top heavy. So what I'm trying to decide right now, so we had some absorption down here. We're getting absorption up top on the buy side. So can we hold this? Or if we start moving above 600 quickly, I'll probably close out the trade. So here, I'll let you see what the delta candles look like so you can see. So over here, see how these numbers are highlighted? So we do have an imbalance. We have a lot more aggressive buyers than we do sellers over here. And we've got this cluster of absorption up here. So I want to see if this holds. If we start breaking above it, in fact, I'll put my stop at 604. And if we start moving above that, I'd be afraid that we might potentially start reversing. At least it's too much risk on the unrealized side for me to be comfortable with. So I'm happy to stop out right here if we start moving up beyond this area. We're retesting this area maybe for the third time up here. And again, my stop is right above here, right above where that buy imbalance is happening. Looks kind of like we're gonna push up and stop me out. That's okay. I can look for a re-entry. Probably won't look for it until we look exhausted up here. You were connected to a corporate network key. Oh, for Windows. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never had to purchase Windows either. I don't know what the deal is. I guess it just came with my computer. All right, so I am a little concerned that we could reverse. I didn't see anything happen at the bottom of this candle though, which made me think we were going to continue going lower. But let's see what buyers start doing right here, because obviously we had that big cluster of kind of aggressive buys happening, and then we busted through that level, so we kind of have nothing holding us back up here except for these guys that, we want to see, is this area defended? To me, looks like we're going to push through this area, continue going lower. That looked like a shallow pullback that couldn't make it any higher. Unless we got a consolidation forming here, I don't know. Yeah, we sure did. Gavin, I'm probably going to be chilling for a minute. I just got off that trade. I don't want to be too eager to get back in. If you want to share your screen, I can watch you for a minute. $25, 621. We got a low volume node up there. Might anticipate a revisit. We'll be watching, the current candle and the next few candles, see if we can continue to push. With volume, it looks like too early to tell. Too early to tell, but I'm watching for signs of exhaustion. Gotta be careful with moves like this, because sometimes you think it's gonna come pull back up to these areas, and it just continues to dump and dump and dump until eventually we consolidate, and then we get a run up, that's super grindy at the end of the day. That's just one of the things that can happen on moves like this when you're like, oh, I'll catch it on the pullback, or sometimes it just rips. What are you doing over there, Ben? And T-Drive, so in scenarios like this, you're waiting patiently up here, right? Not looking for bounces or anything. And Adam, are you sitting on your hands, or you got something cooking? Oh, okay. Cool. Gold looking a little more, well, like it's still in a consolidation. Might be looking for a short entry up in here, up in this gap. Up here would be, depending on what's going on, but up here would also be an entry. Okay, got a big seller that showed up here. Interesting. Looks like the bid's getting lifted. Maybe had some trouble around 25,630. Was thinking about a short in this area, but I'm not entirely sold on it just yet. I'm wondering if we're going to pop this area. We had some aggressive selling happening at 25,630. I didn't see anything happening aside from that aggressive selling. I didn't see anything that looked like aggressive buyers were out of the picture. So we did see some aggressive selling happening here, but I kind of want to know what happened to those aggressive buyers that just pushed this price up. And I didn't get a great indication that they were out yet. Let's see. Let's watch 25,630. Retest at 25,630. And if we get aggressive selling happening again at 630, I might be interested. Looks like we might be pushing above that. Not feeling confident about either direction right now. Just because we don't have. So we had this aggressive selling happen right here. Then we have not had any signs that these aggressive buyers are out of the picture yet. But we also don't have any signs down here that this is the low yet. So I don't know. Feeling kind of wishy-washy. What's up, man? Looking more short now. Like we could potentially take these lows, but again, I think what I'm afraid of here is that just buyers kicking in, not being completely exhausted yet, but they could be. That could have been just another attempt to break that level. Didn't really break it, and now sellers step back in and control this price movement down. It's looking more short, but again, it's like I was hoping to see a little more confirmation here.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Am I too loud or?
No, you're good. You want to share your screen? Yep.
Okay. Well, I kind of go. I like using the Fibonacci a lot.
Okay.
Me personally, I would take the open to the low at 10.
Okay.
Where usually, if price action is not the greatest, for a 79% extension, I'll just take like a 61% extension and then wait for the move down. So I think times out of 10, I never like place in the open, except for like yesterday. But I guess what I'm saying is my entry would be somewhere up here for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Fibonacci retracement. Yep. So T-Drav, who's in the chat as well, he does an entry like that as well. Yeah, Adam.
Okay.
Just keep that shit up, dude. Don't pay for that. Yeah. So I get you. You're waiting for a pullback. The way T-Drav does it is like he takes the open to the 10 a.m.
Yes.
open. But yeah, no, I think this is good. You're getting a Fibonacci retracement on this dealing range. Makes sense.
So I'm in hopes that probably retraces back up here, but I doubt it.
Okay, and then what's that line you got there? Is that VWAP?
No, it's not. This is a new eval.
Yeah. Did you blow that My Funded Futures account or what?
Yeah, but you know why? Because my charts were 10 minutes and I didn't know it. And I'm sitting there putting the positions in. So I go to the bathroom, I'm watching it. I come back and I'm like, oh my God, what just happened? There was a gap in the candle, like
Oh.
10 points. I'm like, how does that even happen? Like while market's open? I thought that only happened when market closed.
Hmm.
If there is a price difference. But
That sucks. Okay, so all right. So I think all that makes sense. What are you looking at there? What is that? Indicators?
trying to find the VWAP I was. Yeah, the one I was using.
Okay. We just hit this value area high
I
or
get
low.
stop one.
Mm, doesn't look phenomenal.
This thing's running so slow because I'm See, what I was trying to keep in mind down here was this open low
Okay.
for the Asia session. Thought that that was kind of a key level there. Now we're kind of into this range.
Yeah. So yeah, let me know specifically what you want me to give you some feedback on. I think what you're doing here makes sense. You know, pull back to key levels, line up those key levels with um, areas that make sense on the volume profile. So if you have what volume profile is that? Is that for the session for today?
But yes, it changes each session.
Okay.
Well, this is the whole day.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. So does that have? Where's your value area? Is it the? Yeah. Where's your value area highlighted at? Do you know? On the volume profile.
I didn't mess with none of the settings.
Okay. So you want to know, and again, I don't use Tradeovate, so I don't know, but on your volume profile, you want to know where your value area is, and you also want to know where your point of control is.
Would I get it through this settings?
No, it's your volume profile, not your VWAP. Looks like we might have a push lower here going on right now. Yeah, nah, yeah, I'm not sure, but just write that down. You're gonna have to figure out how to do that on that chart because I don't have control over it. So just write that down. You want to know where your value area is and your point of control. And then with your fib levels, you know, in an ideal scenario, you have your value area, so you can see the value area low, value area high, point of control. That Fibonacci level lining up with a node, whether it's a high volume node, a low volume node, value area high, value area low, or point of control, is going to be key for Confluence.
this you're talking about right here on the right,
What?
just without the line, the point of control.
I'm having a hard
This what
time
you're
hearing
talking
you.
about right
You're
here.
like cutting in and
The
out. Your audio is.
volume profile, it just does control line.
It does what?
Is it better now?
Maybe I don't know. Hey, I'll tell you what, man. For all these settings, like if all this kind of stuff, we're gonna have to do this off stream. It doesn't?
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah. I want you to. Yo, good morning, Max. I want you to tell me what do you want feedback on right now? I'm not gonna help you set up your charts while market's open right now, but I can do that. But yeah, let me know what would you like feedback on? Really, what it comes down to is I'll break it down for you. What I think you need right now is I think you need to really understand what your setups look like. So to the point where you can be extremely meticulously particular about how you enter, how you exit, and how you manage your trades. I think you need to write that down. And I think you need to have a max daily loss. You need to be journaling, and you need to be setting, specific targets you want to hit, on a daily basis. So like, instead of just trying to reach for the stars, like maybe you shut down your day after $350 or $300 or whatever the case may be, depending on how much you're risking. And I think you need to make sure you're trading small size. And the other thing is you've got to be accountable for your trades. Like if you're taking a trade and you walk away from it or whatever, and you don't have a stop loss, that's not good risk management. So those are the things I think you need to work on. And probably first and foremost, it's what setups are you looking for? And then how do you define each one with your entries, your exits, and how you're managing the trade? How are you defining your key levels? And then what are you going to do on a daily basis to make sure that your risk management is not only in place, but respected and accounted for? So that even if something happens, in the charts or whatever, you can take accountability for it, which means like you got to have a stop loss on everything. You got to have, your daily max, your max daily loss that you respect. So I think that's what you probably need to focus on right now. And then obviously I would read that book, dude, The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler, because I think you need to have some guidance on the emotional side of trading as well. Cool. Are you there? I can't hear you if you're there. Yo, what's up, Max? Caught that short, huh? Nice, dude. I caught some of it. It's Gavin, kick sniffer. I don't know where he went. I was just talking to nobody, I guess. Selling courses and mentorships. Yeah. Just $999. Only thing I see on the table right now is potentially taking a short at VWAP. Dude, you got it, man. That's how you sell it. Yep. Oh, wait. Let me see actually. Uh Yep. Yeah, so I was seeing your YouTube channel or your YouTube comments on YouTube previously. because he asked if I took any trades pre-market. Then you were talking about Trump retweeting stuff. So yeah, I think they should. They appeared on stream. At least I believe they did. If you want to test it, I can see it, or I can watch for it now. So, unfortunately, it looks like one of those. Yep. Yeah, there it is. It's on stream. One of those days where it looks like we could have a huge dump, and then we get this consolidation happening right. What was this, around 10? Yeah, right around 10. We start consolidating. It doesn't mean we can't dump out of this range, but unfortunately, like if you were in this short, this is when you want to be taking profit as it's starting to get squirrely. Yeah. So, yeah, you talking about on, let's see. Yeah, what you put in Discord? Yeah, I guess what we're waiting for now is just, we come down here, we're consolidating. We want to see if we can see anything coming out of this. So here. I like isolating right here. Range. Big sell there. Big sell here. Let's see. Big sell here. You notice we don't really have any big buys anywhere, so we don't have buyers supporting this move here. Yet. So, but yeah, T drop, that's a bummer, dude. Getting your entry missed by a tick is kind of the. Nah, I'm probably not going to be copy trading for this week. I'm trying to take it kind of slow this week. Get my payout secured. I was just feeling a little, out of sync with the market, and mistakes when you're copy trading are heavier. So obviously, it would have been great this morning if I was copy trading for that move, but I'm in defensive mode a little bit. I've just like what's been happening is like the market opens. I've been taking multiple losses in a row, and it kind of you know shakes up my performance for the rest of the day. Especially knowing that like if I'm copy trading, those mistakes are multiplied by 5 or 7, whatever. So going back to taking it slow until I feel good. Today's trade felt good, but you know I need to I need to see that happen consistently and not taking losses on the first 3 trades for the day or something like that before I go back to copy trading. Basically, just need to get you know resynced with the market and then feel comfortable in my own shoes as I'm taking trades. I've been getting faked out a little bit. Limit at 25,634. 25. Oh, 25,634. Copy that. Yeah, I hope you get filled, man. Yeah, you mean last week? Yeah. Yeah. It's frustrating, dude. Sometimes you just need a nice reset, slow down, lower your size, chill. Because taking loss after loss like that, especially if it's multiple days, I mean, I feel like I've had multiple days where my first 3 trades were losers, and it's like, then it makes you question your entries, and you might be slow on them. And for me, it was like that. What I was noticing quite a bit was like my initial idea of, if I had a bias for the day, first of all, I'm trying not to put too much weight on the bias because you can be wrong about the bias, and then if it paralyzes you, um, because you're biased, that's not a good thing. You got to trade what's in front of you. But um, I would see like a run up, and this happened to me 3 times, over the past few weeks where there's a run up, and then initially I try and short it, um, and it ends up consolidating and then going short. Um, so that's happened to me. Like, okay, so like on this one, for instance, I tried to short it, I think here, and I needed to wait, but then I wanted to go long on it because I was wrong, and that's the kind of stuff that has really been getting me. We run up at the open and then we consolidate, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'm gonna try and short it, and then it doesn't work out. Then I long it, and then it actually ends up going short, and it's happened to me multiple times, and there have been days where it repeats the same thing, and so doing that on across 5 accounts is annoying, frustrating, and makes you lose some confidence. But the best thing to do is like look at what's causing, like what is actually happening when those losses are occurring. And I think for a lot of them, just a wider stop would have helped my situation, because then I'm not getting stopped out and then flip flopping. I can just hold the trade until it gets stopped out, and if my stop is correctly placed with the right amount of risk, I can just let it play out. Yeah, it hasn't made it up to 634 yet. Well, the wide stop approach is more like when I see a move, like for instance, right here, like when this move happened, and this happened a few days, pretty much the same exact thing. I come in thinking, okay, maybe we're going. Let's just say I'm like, okay, well, I'm looking for an expansive move up, and then I want to short it. So if I end up going short, like in here, and my stop is above this high, right, just above it, I get wicked out, and then the move happens. So what I'm saying is that, like, if that continues to happen to me, and then it wicks me out, and then I'm like, this is probably going long then, and then I go long, and then now I take two losses when if I would have, let's say I go short here, and instead of just placing my stop right here, or sorry, right at this high, I give it like, for instance, you know, 1.5 ATRs right above this high. So then instead of here, maybe my stop is like, you know, 25,680 or something, smaller size, obviously, to account for the larger stop. But then this doesn't get hit. I don't flip flop, and the move happens, and I can take my profit instead of like getting stopped out, go long, stopped out, go short. Yeah, for sure. Um, Gavin, bar 3 and 4 is our range, waiting for a breakout. Bar 3 and 4. Sorry, can you clarify that? What are you referring to with bar 3 and 4 and waiting for a breakout for where? Yeah, dude. I'm gonna take a quick attempt at scalping this. It's not looking super strong. Like I like this for a quick scalp, but doesn't look very powerful. We're back in the range above this value area low. Um, Not sure if this scalp is going to work out. I'm not seeing anything making this candle top heavy, so I might have to close this if we get above. Let me see. This is too high. Point of control is too high. Probably just above 590. Yeah. Unfortunately, the scalp isn't working out. We did reach this big seller and reject off of this, so let's see. Maybe it can come back down. Didn't really see anything. We were, significant down here happen. Like we didn't have really a lot of anything happen. It just kind of came down here and bounced. Not a lot of aggressive buying happening. Not a lot of aggressive selling happening here too. So could be exhaustion down here. Let's see. Maybe we can get a retest. First buying that's happening since we've been down here at these prices. Not loving what's going on. Kind of hovering right around here at this 25,600 level. I'm watching this area right here because we did have this buy step in, and I want to see it rejected. A little bit concerned because as we're approaching these levels up here, I'm just not seeing a lot of passive selling happening. A little bit, just not a ton. Yeah, getting stuffed a little bit. I would like to see more evidence because right now it looks like this area could be potentially weak. The 25,600 to like 604 level up here. It just hasn't been tested really hard yet. I don't know about this. It's looking like it's moving against this trade. Bummer. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't seeing anything on there, but I was gonna let it test it. Like, I wasn't seeing anything on the footprint chart. Like, kind of all these aggressive orders are scattered. Looks like maybe now it's ready to come down. I don't know. I'm still kind of iffy on this, whether it's going to come back down or not. Everything like everything from an order flow standpoint looks a little wishy-washy. Yeah. Did it stop you out, T-Drop, or are you still in? Adam, how do I get my P&L on the screen like that? You mean like right here? This? Is that what you're talking about? It's just it's like it's basically my platform. So so you use NinjaTrader. It's NinjaTrader, but when you're streaming, you can capture like parts of your screen. Yeah, it's still looking wishy-washy. Even though this looks like it's bearish, it's still like kind of bouncing around a little bit, like he doesn't know what it wants to do. Yeah, I know. And it basically went right to my, I mean, it basically just wicked me out right here. And that's an example of like, I could have had my stop, an additional, whatever, 7 points, additional 5 points really, and it would have missed me. But that's okay. This is what it is. I think I'm gonna. I was about to enter for a scalp. It was looking like it was gonna start moving down. Maybe if I get a nice pullback, I might enter for a scalp. Looks like it wants to push lower now that we're out of the trade. Adam, you trying to set up your own stream or what? JP Morgan connected your Ninja Trader account. Yeah, man. Sometimes it makes you feel that way. Sometimes it makes you feel that way. I got you, man. All right, so 25,569, first significant little area that I was looking like we might be lowering the offer. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna miss this move. I was trying to get an entry around, where was it? Around 25,580 for this scalp, because it was starting to look like we were finally going to get some follow through. But I hesitated basically for a second and kind of missed that entry. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to watch this, see where we go. That's what's up, Adam. So yeah, if you're making YouTube videos or shorts and you want your P&L on there, you probably need to. Honestly, the easiest way to do it is to record your screen, and it has the P&L on there. That way, you can match it up with the video, and just basically cut it out, and you have your P&L as a separate layer, if that makes sense. Saw an opportunity for a little quick scalp long. Might be short lived, but basically saw the bottom of this previous candle um, bottom heavy. $25,562 is kind of the current challenge for this move. All right, broke above it. Coming back down immediately. Not loving it. I'll go ahead and put a, if we can push above this one more time, I'll put a break even in. There we go. Break even in. If we can get a scalp up to maybe 580. Go ahead and pull 3 off there. I'll reset my stop. I think I don't know that we're done with these lower prices. I was just seeing that we were absorbing down here, and wanted to take this for a quick scan. Okay. So it looks likely that we'll retest down here at some point. But just so you guys know what I'm looking at, here, I'll show you here. Let's see. Let's go back to this candle. When I said it was looking bottom heavy, this is essentially what I was talking about. So when you see all this cluster of orders here, we got the point of control down here. See this 77, 93, 99 area right here. So it was just looking like we were absorbing these sell orders. So in any case, took it for a quick bounce off of this area, but it looks like we're retesting now. It didn't look super strong, but just looked like we were going to have an immediate bounce off of it. Now it looks like we're retesting right around here. A little bit of passive buying here, but not a ton. So I would still be wanting to wait to see something. This is bottom heavy, but not by much. Oh, okay. What makes you think that you just didn't get the exposure you were anticipating on that first short? These candles are looking a little squirrely. Yeah, look at that. Pop it right back. I'm not loving the way this is moving. Ah, okay, copy that, man. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the YouTube algorithm and how it works. So it looks like it just kind of bounced. I don't know if it's just exhausted down there or what, but just nothing significant. Nothing significant happening right now, I think, in this range. I'm gonna take a look at the hourly time frame, see if we can key into anything that's any areas. To me, it's looking like we could go a lot lower just based on these levels, but it's not really what we're seeing. Not really seeing a lot of aggression. So, 25,400 could be another target we're watching, but right now it's kind of meandering. So I don't know if we're going to get down there, but that would be the next kind of target I would be looking at if we start to look super weak. Yeah. So maybe still looking for a short, but maybe if we get back up here around 25,600, just below it, maybe I'm interested in a short. Hmm. 25,536 looks like we could be potentially bouncing off that level. Let's see. No. Unfortunately, I'm not able to take advantage of any of this. It's just I'm not. Like prices, obviously, we got price moving down lower. And we got some aggressive selling happening right now. It's so spread out that like I'm not able to key into a level where I can take, put my risk. We're just kind of grinding down, unfortunately. Yeah, I finally broke that low. Trying to see what I'm trying to observe what's happening right now, and there's just not a ton that is leading me to the conclusion of being able to take advantage of some of these moves that are happening. Like they're happening, but I'm not seeing a lot of strength like on either side that's predictable. I mean, you can look at the pattern, you can look at the price action and say, "Yep, we're going down." But as I'm looking at, the orders going behind these moves, it's like it's tough to call where these tops are going to happen unless you're just looking at a straight trend line or something like that. Bottom heavy on this candle right here. It could just be because we got a lot of aggression, but down here looking like we had some absorption. I'm down to take a little quick bounce because it's kind of the only thing I can see right now is that we might we might bounce up temporarily from this area. Unfortunately, this is kind of the only thing I'm seeing are these kind of like quick bounce scalps. Might come back retest this price real quick, so I'll probably just put a break even on this. um, I was just looking. We were bottom heavy down here, and anticipating a bounce maybe to like 25, 535. But if we come back to my price, no problem. I got a break even in, but this is kind of the only thing I'm seeing, and I'll show you. You know, very similar as the last one, the last bounce trade I took. You know, you see this cluster down here, point of control down here, bottom heavy candle. So we got absorption happening here, but we had a lot of aggression coming down. So we might just push through this level and hit me out, break even. That's fine. But it was kind of the only thing I was seeing that was significant. You know, this is very minor up here. This is, I mean, these two levels right here, kind of significant, just not a ton of volume. So I don't know. Trying to take opportunities when I see them, but I'm just not seeing them very often. Still looking like we could bounce from this level. See what this candle does. Yeah. Looks like my stop should have been a little bit lower. Would caught more of this bounce. See what we do is we approach this 25,538 level. And then up here is kind of where I'm anticipating 25,550 potentially. So right up here at this value area high or low, just above that, or we could potentially see some resistance up here. This was pretty much exactly the same trade that I tried to take previously. It got stopped out of. So breakout, retest, trying to go for the continuation, and then getting stopped out. So let's see what's up. See how high this can go. Not an insignificant bounce candle here. $25,535 holding is support. I think I'm interested in taking this bounce. Might be quick scalp up to 25. This area right here probably. Looks like we're having a little bit of trouble up here at like 25,541. Thinking we could potentially get a quick pump up to this area. If we can get through this 25,545. Let's go quick pump. Kind of getting caught right here. But what I think is going to happen is this area will pop. 25,545, pop. There we go. Now I think we can move up to this area up here. Having a little bit of absorption up here at 50. So that 50 area might be problematic. Let's see. Looks like we're going to give it another push. Now I just want to see, does it get caught up here? I'm gonna go ahead and take 3 off. I'll do a little bit above break even, right under this 35 level that we broke through before. Looks like we're making another attempt up there at 25,550. This is kind of our problem right now for moving up ahead. Look like it's going to push down. So unfortunately, these are the only moves I'm kind of seeing. Small scalps. Let's see if it breaks this 550 level up here. Let's see what you got. Our biggest battle right now is S&P closing outside of the falling range. If it falls outside of its own falling range, I think we could go up. You're talking about if it like extends to the downside, then we could be looking for a bounce. It's still looking like it could be a decent bounce right here. A breakout at the top side. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up yes. All right, biggest battle right now is S&P closing outside of its falling range. If it falls outside of its own falling range, I think we could go up. Gonna slow. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, unless we like, if you're looking at this as Okay, so let's put it on the 15-minute here. All this is balanced on the 15-minute. But yeah, I mean, so you're saying if it breaks out above, we could have a move up. But we also could have a move up that hits this area or something, and then continues to go lower. So, I mean, I think watching this trend line is could probably be, a good indication of what's potentially to come. But we could also just be pulling back to one of these levels to continue short. We had a little bit of absorption happening up there. I should have been in up here when I saw it, 25,550, but that was that problematic area that I was watching, 25,550, and it looked like we absorbed up there. So again, taking another scalp here. It doesn't look extremely strong from a rejection standpoint, but it looks strong enough to take because we had aggressive sellers stepping in immediately after. So let's see what happens if we can get back down to the low. All right, 25,532 looks like we could be bouncing from this area. So let's see if we retest it. I'll probably just close it because I don't like the way this is looking. Looks like that area, the 25,532 could be the bounce level. The significant sort of bounce level that I was wanting to see. Hold. I think I'll try a bounce from there. It's kind of the only one that I've really liked, except for having some absorption down here. This right here looked pretty significant. 25,532. All right. This one looks decent. Yo, thanks, T-Drop. Thank you, sir. Have a good one yourself. Also, what you're looking at, a lot of liquidity around 25,480, 25,450. Also, a higher time frame, fair value gap around 25,000. Yeah, so lots of stuff lower for sure. No need. No need for sir, I'm quite younger than you. Okay, well, have a good day, motherfucker. All right, let me look at the higher time frame. Let me go to MNQ. Yeah, so we got a big gap right down here. This would be hit before 25,000. But yeah, I mean these levels you're talking about, 25,400 is another one I like. 25,400, I like that as a short target to get hit eventually. I got this trade working out here. This was another big sell area, so I'm going to start taking some profit off. I'll just go ahead and close that. You know, I wanted to scalp a bounce, and I got the scalp, so take it off. So yeah, I think we could definitely go hit those lower areas for sure. If we start seeing some momentum pick up. Right now, what I'm worried about is we made this strong move down here, and then we've kind of been grinding. We hit this low. We got some absorption down here. We started moving back up, and then right here at this value area low right here, I can show you on the footprint chart what I was looking at, why I took that bounce. So here, let's go to... So the reason I took this bounce here was because of this here. Very similar to what I was looking at over here. But here, it was a more significant absorption here when we tried to sell through it, and we couldn't right here. So here, let's see. I'll zoom in a little bit. So here we had heavy selling, imbalance in selling, and price not moving below. And here we kind of had a hard stop on it after hitting this. And then we had aggressive buying kick in right here at the same level. And I like seeing that at the same level where we reject, and then we have that aggressive selling happening here as well. Then we hit this. We have absorption happening here. Same thing, aggressive buying happening immediately after that. And then as you can see, the hard buying kind of gets scattered here because there are no more passive sellers here. So that's why I took this bounce trade. Looks like I could have even, could have held it for more. Looks like we might be coming up to retest this potentially. Now what I'm watching for is what happens as we're going through these aggressive buys. Are we having any levels that are respected? And it looks like no, not yet. Might be looking for, higher prices for the time being. Got your OBS for shorts? Sorry, what's OBS? So I said right around here, 25,600, I'm going to be looking potentially for a short. I want to see what price is doing and how we're reacting, but potentially looking for a short up here. Oh, OBS. Okay, the streaming software for shorts on YouTube. I gotcha. All right, we're hitting that level. We're hitting the point of control here. Let's see what price does. We got a little absorption up top. I want to see what we do here. If we're going to keep tapping that 25,600. And if we're going to do it with strength, we might push through. I don't know. This might be a full-on reversal. Might not, but I'm keeping an open mind toward it. I'm watching this line. See if this price is defended, 25,606. Looks like it might be defended. I'm going to go ahead and take a short here. We very well could end up pushing through this area, but for the time being, it's looking like it's holding. This is also my key level, so taking a short here makes sense. But if it comes up to here, 25,629, willing to hold it through here and potentially add up here, just based on what I'm seeing. Right now, I might be early on this move. We might continue to retest this 25,605 level. Might be early. I'll go ahead and put a stop. Actually, I'll probably, if we end up going up here, I'll probably reassess this move. Hell yeah, dude. You're an eBayer now, dude. If anybody questions your salesmanship, tell them you're a master negotiator from eBaying. I would like to see it push back down through this area, not be held up with support. Looks like the level 25,591 right below my price is where it got stuck. So might be able to move my price a little bit lower, because if we do end up breaking through this 25,591, it could move up quickly. It could move up very quickly. If we start looking super weak, I'll consider adding to this position, and then probably moving my stop down just right where this point of control is, if we can move down quickly. Looks like we're going to retest that 25,591. I'll put up, oh, you already have it up, so you can see. So right here, that's the level 25,591. This is the level I'm looking to be defended. And if we push up through here, I think it can move up very quickly. So that's why I have my stop right above it. Actually, it's probably okay to go break even on this. So again, basically right below my price. If we push up above that, I think we could start building some momentum to go up. So I just got stopped out break even. I do think that this could have a quick pump. So I'm going to stay out for now. As it does what it needs to do, if it pumps up to retest this level, or if it continues to go higher, 25,629-ish. Could be another short entry. So we'll be looking maybe for this to quickly come up here. Oops. Getting held up a little bit right here, but we haven't really made a huge effort to push beyond it just yet. Also, I want to keep it in the back of my mind. This could be the first signs of a reversal here as well. Pushing above this level. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. All right, let's see what happened. Back under 25.591. Are we picking up speed? A little bit. I don't think it's worth trading yet. What's up, Coda? Come on. What's up, buddy? You want to go inside? What is it? You want to go back outside? Come on. Come on. Good boy. All right. Love you. Okay, so we're seeing a little aggression, not a lot. Okay, come on. kind of seeing a mixed bag. If it starts dropping from here, it'll kind of be the same thing, you know, when it was doing over here. It's kind of like it's tough to jump on this kind of stuff, unless it's coming from a level that has nice confirmation to it, and I'm just not really getting it. Right in this gap, looking like we could blast through it. Just not a ton of conviction. Like I'm kind of feeling like we could bounce again. No evidence of that. I'm just kind of based on the way this is moving, based on the lack of aggression. Maybe it starts picking up. $25,550. Unfortunately, just not seeing anything. Obviously, this is picking up from this area, but just I don't know. Nothing meaningful happened here. I like this is decent. Small orders, but seeing the volume die off up here after getting stuffed right here looks okay for a scalp. It looks like that would have worked out, for at least 15 points. All right, so we're continuing to push lower. Coda, you wanna go inside? Go inside. Okay, we're retesting this value area low now. Might like this for a bounce. Not sure yet. Coming down to retest this low. This would have been a great entry. I just wasn't super sold, unfortunately. But yeah, that would have been what, 100 points? Yeah, 100 points. try to go short? What happened? Miss you? Miss your limit? Oh shit. Yeah. Adding another technical layer to your trading can make you miss some shit, unfortunately. Also, trying to catch the trade, trying to get a recording of the trade can also sometimes mess you up. Like, oh, I need to record this for content, and then you miss the trade, and the content is not more important than the trade, unfortunately. 25,500, looking like a pretty hot level right here. Looking like we got a lot of passive buying happening. I might be looking for a bounce here. Yeah, for sure, dude. Got to get over that shit. And now you're all set up, dude. That's awesome. I really liked you put that video together really quickly. I like it. It was short to the point. And what did you use? CapCut for that, or how did you do the captions on it? Did CapCut like automatically do the captions for you? Getting a little up here at 25,525 ish. Wondering if we're going to break through, if we're going to keep pushing price lower. Definitely do a break even on this. Pull it up a little bit so I'm not completely break even. Nice. Not loving what's going on here. Might just close this up. Okay, that's better. That's more like it. Would be great if I could hold this longer than a scalp. See, I'm looking for the next level we need to get past. It's looking like the next level is pretty far up there. 25, 5, 6, 7. Took 2 off there. Seeing a little bit of trouble that we're having here at like 25, 540-ish. Might just close it. My take profit, I didn't really have it up. I was watching to see if we were getting in trouble, and 25, 540 looked like it could have been problematic, so I closed it. So right now, what I'm looking for right here is like, okay, so between 25,540 and this 25,500, when we retest these levels, what am I seeing? So if we come back up to this 25,540, am I seeing enough selling happening or buying happening where it looks like we're going to blast through that level? We no longer have to worry about that on the long side or down here. If we start dropping lower as we're selling and as we have aggressive sells coming to this level, what's happening down here? Are we getting acceptance or rejection? So those are the two areas I'm watching now, and I probably won't do anything until something happens at these areas. All right, let's watch this level 25,540, see if we can get above it and stay above it. We're above it. Now let's see. 25,545, still looking like a challenge. $25,545, pushing up against it again. Aggressive buying, aggressive buying. $25,545, back below it. We're hovering around it. So just wanting to see if we can push off it in one direction or another. Looks like we're pushing lower, unfortunately. What's crazy? Not seeing anything great yet. Was hoping that if we could hold above that 25,545 level up here, we could potentially start to see a different, a shift where we start seeing some buying happening, but we're still kind of meandering. Nothing exciting happening. Trailing your stop loss and got wicked out break even. Yeah. Unfortunately, this move didn't really have a lot of support to it. Let's see, 25,530. Let's see if this can hold. Doesn't, it's looking weak. Yeah. Not sure what we're doing. Might be coming back down. It looks like we just don't have a lot of activity on either side yet. Could see this pushing down for a retest. Go outside, bud. Let's go. Okay, here you can see that that's that 25,545 level. I'm continuing to watch. Okay, we're above it. We're just dancing around. Nothing crazy, nothing good. All right, we're staying above that 545 level now. Now we want to see, does it support? It's like we could be coming back up to retest this 25,594 ish. We got a lot of passive buying happening. Might not be enough. Back at 25,545. Might be interested in long right here, bouncing off of 545. If we continue to hold, I'm gonna have a tight stop on this because if we break below 545 again, I'm gonna be concerned that we're going down. Small size. Might be looking to take this off around 590 if we get up there. I'm watching right now for any sort of signs of resistance or passive selling that we have at the top of this candle. Coming bouncing off of that 545 level again, but you know, it doesn't look fantastic. We didn't really have the aggressive buying picking up as we were approaching the top of this candle. Not sure if it will pick up unless we drop first. So I'm watching this. A little weary about this trade I'm in. Could come back. Could come get my stop real quickly. I think we're staying below that 545 right now. You can see it's kind of like pushing. So yeah, I'm anticipating this just getting stopped out right here. Yeah. And then I don't know, maybe we're going lower because we held that 545 level. Essentially, this was the like kind of the battle zone, 545, and it's looking like sellers won, at least for the time being. You know, might just wait for one of these areas to get hit, right? Because it looks like we're doing a lot of kind of just back and forth right now, stuck in this range. So it might just be smart to wait till one of these areas gets hit before we take a trade, whether it's a bounce back in or a continuation trade. Right now, it looks like we're just kind of consolidating. Gavin, you'll have to check it out. I'm not sure how much it is. I think it's over $100 though for the scale. I think it's the scale plan, and then you got to select it. You got to select the daily payout option. All right, we had some absorption down here at 25,528. I kind of like this as a bounce. I mean, it's a little preemptive, but I liked what happened down here at 25,528. So I like this as a bounce. Low size again. Let's see if this works out this time. Looks like we found a top here. 73. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. I'm gonna flip that top there at 73. Look like it's gonna be a tough one. So I think we're coming back down. So luckily, you know, I can stop out, either break even on these trades, but obviously would be better if I'm putting this money in my pocket, not just stopping out break even. But at least gives me a little bit of time to get out and flip if I need to when I see something like that at like 73. I think we could fall back down to 25,550 from here potentially. For some reason, they're taking your discount codes but taking nothing off. I don't know, man. What discount? I mean, I don't know. Usually, my funded futures does not. Oh, you know what? I think your whatever discount code you're using might only be applicable to the core accounts. All right, I'm not gonna let this one come back on me. If we're getting stuck down here in this, if we're just basically consolidating, we are hitting that level 25,527 ish. That was an absorption level before, so I'm gonna go ahead and at the very least take 2 off, pay myself. It's coming back on me. I'll just go ahead and close it. Take some profit. I don't know. Right now, having a hard time finding something that I really love. It looks like we're having on the top side of this candle 25561 again. We're having a little bit of absorption here, so as far as I can see, we're kind of consolidating within this area right here. Oh, what's up? Adam, you talking about this short right here? I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of back and forth right now. Not loving anything, to be honest. Right at the second, at least. Right now, it's looking like we could be coiling up to go short. If you're still in short, kind of looks like it. I'll show you what I'm seeing at least. Kind of looks okay. Um, here, here, and here. It looks like we are essentially lowering the offer. So I might be interested in actually going in right here. Uh, let's see if these areas can hold right here. 70, let's say 70, 73, 73, and 61. Yeah, so the first area I'm watching is 528 for buyers. Retesting that 2561 level right now. We might be busting through it. See, I would like to see a quick retreat back under my price, and if not, I'm kind of afraid we could blast this area. Oh, okay. Well, looks like we're going long off of this area. We're not holding it. Oh, geez, look at this. Look at this candle. This is so stupid. It's looking like we might squeeze out of this. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my stop here, probably above the high of this candle here. 25,566. Yeah. I think I might just get stopped out of this. You know, it looked like we had passive sellers there, but it looks like buyers are consistently buying now. And so it looks like this level's going to pop. I don't know if there's a trade to be had through it, though. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Hmm. Looks like we finally have some buying happening. But we're gonna buy until we hit this area right here, and then who knows what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna wait for the retest of these areas right here. Oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, man, it's no fun. It's no fun when you're trading on money that you need or money that's not large enough to be able to take the trades you need to take. I mean, the only thing I can suggest is just the smallest size trading possible, and you build your account super slowly. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one thing if you got a psychological barrier because of your capital. Hitting this level, um, trying to see if we're going to blast through, if we're going to hold. I'll go ahead and place a sell order here and up here. And then I'll place I'm going to give it some room. I'm not loving that we got this buying happening right here above the point of control. Let's see if these looks like these sellers are getting squeezed out. This might be moving up. What do we got on ES? All right, brother. Take care, man. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sorry you had a bad trade, brother. You'll recover. I'll chat with you later. God, it's not looking like we have any sellers willing to defend these prices. It's looking like we're squeezing, unfortunately. Last line of defense is this up here, 25,630. Looks like we got some passive sellers potentially getting bulldozed here at 25,620. I'm feeling like this is not good. I'm feeling like this is going to squeeze, unfortunately. I'm not seeing any defense up here just yet. I'm not a fan of this. I might get out early. And I can always re-enter if I see what I want to see, but right at the moment, I'm just not seeing it. I'm going to get out right there. If we start building up some momentum, I might be interested in re-entering, but right now, I want to see it go under 25.5, basically 25,600, and then let's say hold below 25,594. It's looking like 25,594 could be a potential floor for support. I'm watching here to see if we start getting a heavy top end of this candle. Don't see anything yet. Nothing convincing. Still not seeing anything. 25,605 is the current ceiling I'm watching. It's not a strong one, but it's there. Seeing bearish order flow, staying below. Let's see if we stay below this 596. I think I might go in short here. I'm looking for that 596 level to hold if we do revisit back up there. But it was looking like we were starting to move the offer down. Now this could just be like, if you look at this like a trend line, we could just be revisiting. So I want to be careful of that. But so I'll probably just be quick to take some profit here. I took 4 off. Now I'm going to go break even on this. See if we can keep going lower. All right, looking like the bearish order flow is continuing. I'm watching right down here on this trend line to see if we're getting absorption. We are around 25.57, 25.557. So I'd like to see that push through. We popped it. Now I'd like to see us stay under it. coming back up, retesting it. I'm going to take 2 more off. So now I'm just stuck with 2 as a runner. I didn't like that bounce as much. So let's see. Where am I going to place my trailing? Above 25.5. Nah. Problem is we don't have a lot holding price down between my price and this price, so I might stop out of this quickly. Probably above the high of this candle, just because there's no other areas until we get up to 25.596, unless something happens in this candle where we have evidence that we got, you know, an area where passive sellers might be. This area, 25.572, was an area we had to push through with aggressive selling, so might consider that as an area to be defended, and if that gets breached, we'll get stopped out at 25.557, or 25.575, sorry. Looking like we could potentially bounce from that area, so might get stopped right here. And if we don't, I might try and close it down here. Yeah, I got stopped. So if we look at that 25.555-ish down there, maybe that's significant enough to bounce us up, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna sit still for a second. Looks like we're going to go down, retest that level again, 557. Looks like we if we get some aggressive buying happening, we might start pushing up a little bit. I don't know. Got some passive selling right here. I'm just not sure if we're going to blast through it and squeeze them. 25,580. It might be significant enough for me to take a little scalp. Looks like it was just a little quick pullback we were doing, not continuing to go short. So seeing passive selling happen, but I'm also seeing it get blasted through. So we might just be headed for higher prices now. Might need to flip this or just sit out. This will be my last line of defense here, 25,594. Might be the start of a market maker buy model. We did close over these highs, came back down, bounced from this area, so we might expect a continuation up to the previous day close, I would say. This is my last line of defense. I'll stop out up here above 600. I mean, this is already a bad trade because you can see we bounced exactly where I wanted to enter to go short. Nah, this is not a good entry for short. And I think based on what we're doing right now, we're probably going to go for higher prices. This looks like the bounce to go higher, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to stop out of this trade. We could start squeezing aggressively up here. You see a double bottom where? Uh, 25,610. Significant level. Holding above or going below, I would say. Right here, double bottom. Yeah, I would say, double bottoms. I don't know. It's good. It's good to understand your patterns. But double patterns get broken all the time. I would say the reason for the bad entry here, for me at least, was that level. Let's see, where is it? 25.57, 25.557 looked like we had some passive buying there. It just wasn't strong enough to trigger that I thought that we were going to 100% bounce from there, but we did. Right now, what I'm seeing is at 25,610. We did have some sellers, but if we start moving above that, I'm definitely going to get out. 25,610. So I'll put my stop up here. Yeah, looking dangerous. looking like this could flip real quickly. Essentially, if this, if we go retest this 25,610, I'm thinking that we're gonna pop it. Yeah, there we go. We haven't moved up yet, but this level is pretty significant right here. So I'm watching. Still getting stuffed up there, but it's looking to me like it's going to continue pushing on it until it breaks through. And then we have VWAP up here plus this big seller. So, breaking this high, I don't know. Going again right now, it looks like order flow is bullish. So I don't know if I want to take this short here. If we're anticipating that this is going to keep pushing up and these sellers are not defending these areas. Trying another short here because it looked like we're failing to push price higher. Potentially. Yeah, maybe not. I might be getting faked out here. I might need to get on the side of longs instead of trying to be a contrarian here. I'll give it like one shot to get stuffed right here and then come back down under my price. But if not, I'm gonna have to get out quickly because this could be shooting up. Right now, these are kind of iffy scalps. Like I think I'm lowering my standard based on what's happening. Yeah, let me take a look at ES. I might just get out of this break even and be a little more selective on my trades here. I think it's like looking for a girlfriend at a strip club. The candle's acting funny too. Quick drop, I'll get out. That was break even. There we go. All right, I'm gonna chill for a second and just watch this. I think I feel like I'm lowering my standards. Yeah, let me check out ES real quick. All right, let me check out the hourly. So if we're looking at this from a higher time frame perspective, this looks like the reversal candle. This looks like the expansion candle. So unless we have a reason to reverse from here, we might anticipate that we're doing a pullback here. A pullback and then a continuation expansion to the upside. So higher time frame, at least on this hourly, looks bullish. This looks bullish as well, although, you know, on a candle like this, I could also see a retest of these lows. So a little conflicting. The daily here looks kind of indecisive, but bullish bullish if we're looking at the daily. And our weekly looking bullish. So we got more evidence for bullish than we do bearish right now. Which means instead of just looking at these footprint candles, you know, in random areas, I think what we need to do is like, okay, if everything is kind of leaning toward bullish price action, where would you want to take a trade? Potentially here, down in this gap. Or potentially breaking this low. You know, if we end up breaking this low, sweeping this low, taking a long from there. Taking a long from here, a little high for my taste, unless it's just a scalp. But I think down here, retesting this area down here would be okay. Probably an extension of this. And I'll go ahead and put a profile on this whole area. So we're right at the point of control of this whole area. Might just be watching to see if we can build up some momentum from this area right here, basically right where we're at. If we stay above it, we get some absorption on it, and we start getting some aggressive buying. I'll be watching it down here. I'd say these two, this candle and this candle, are pretty significant. Each of them had, well, this had like about 14% delta. This had 17% delta, just meaning it's lopsided. We got some aggressive buyers that are willing to pay higher prices within this range. So it goes along with the narrative. We're looking for bullish moves right now. Until something tells us otherwise. Big seller right here. Yeah, so we had right around here, you know, a push through. We kind of had a ceiling here. They got pushed through, and then we went back through it. So it's kind of like when you look at an inverted fair value gap, you make a new high, and then you take it out. You go right back below underneath it. Then we had aggressive sellers come into play. So we were looking for bullish moves until we saw something that, you know, went against it. This is some evidence it's going against it, that we had a break through this area and then a hard sell off right here. Could be nothing, but it could be something. So right now I'm watching for 25,605 to be retested. Watch the 25,605 to see if we can retest up here. Not seeing a lot of defense being played over here, so 25,606, 605. Not a lot of defense, so might just be moving up. What's up, buddy? You good boy? Come on in. Good boy. What is it, huh? Hey, you're a good boy. So if we're still looking bullish, you know, you could have taken an entry off of this trend line. I think it's a weak low though. Looking like we might go up here and hit this VWAP on NQ right here. Now this is going to be an important level, 25,629. Oh, nice, man. Did you take that bounce off of this trend line? Nice. Came up to this area, but we really didn't test it. Had a little bit of a test, but not high enough volume for it to be meaningful for me. We could be falling here for a quick second. Didn't really see a test of those highs yet. Just saw some quick aggressive selling. Might be picked back up though. Yeah, I'm not sure yet either. That's why I'm kind of sitting here waiting, watching this 25,630 level. I want to see if we can actually really test it. The only thing I saw was we had a little bit of aggressive selling coming out of it, but I didn't see anything other than that. More aggressive selling. Let's see. Looks like we could be going for lower prices potentially. I just don't love that we didn't do too much up here. It's kind of like we visited it real quick and then just started aggressively selling. That's not hyper aggressive or anything though. 25,618. Kind of a weak level, but it's a level I'm watching. Looks like selling is continuing. I don't know what this is going to result in. But maybe we break this trend line and come down to here. $25,602. This candle is looking a little bit bottom heavy. I don't know. You'll have to mess with it. Since I don't use Trade-Evade, unfortunately, I won't be able to help with charting stuff. Looking like we could squeeze this level, 25,630. Not seeing. I mean, I'm not seeing anything significant enough to where I want to like hop in to take it, but it's kind of looking like that's what we're doing. Looks like we had some passive selling plus aggressive selling happening up here. Looks like we might want to go lower for whatever reason. Not sure where. I think I'm down to take it short for a second. Now the challenge here is that I don't know where we're going to retest. So I'm gonna make the assumption that maybe 25,585 could be a level. $25,589. If we start getting stuck here, I'll probably just put in a break even because if this is going to go, it's going to go. Probably won't mess around my price. Yeah, might bounce up and catch me. A dump down to here would probably be ideal, and then I can start looking long. Unfortunately, got stopped at break even there. Might be down to re-enter right here. Looks like we could be building up along here. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, so, another example of getting lost in the sauce, really. So if we're looking for longs, trying to take that short just because order flow is saying so, doesn't make sense. So if we are looking for longs, we should be looking for longs only. I was taking that as a short scalp. If I'm looking for scalps, I should be looking for long scalps. And this wouldn't have been a scalp I would want to take long either. If we get down here, maybe I'll want to take it. But yeah, just a reminder for myself, if I'm looking long, I should want to scalp long. So I've picked out my area here, and if it gets down here, I'll be looking for confirmation with order flow. Because here's the thing is that if you're only scalping off of order flow and not off of having, your bias, we have bullish price action here. And if we're scalping only with order flow, you got to think about it this way. You could be getting stuck at a level up here to drive it down so that we could hit. I mean, that's what the market does. It goes in ebbs and flows. It makes moves up and then it pulls back, makes moves up and then it pulls back. So the trade you're taking, whether it's the scalp or not, could just be a pullback. And that pullback, if we're bullish, is going to happen really quickly like it just did. It came down and then immediately got pushed back up. So even if you're seeing order flow confirmation that says, this looks like it's going short, it could be very short-lived. So reminder for myself when I'm trying to take scalps off of this kind of price action and reading only order flow and not having the broader context in mind. So it would have been an okay scalp if I would have just taken profit immediately, but it wasn't great. Also seeing just a slight divergence here in cumulative volume delta. You see we have a high here, a lower high here. No, I guess that actually, sorry, that makes sense. We got a high here, lower high here. But we do have these lows that are conflicting. So we have a low here, higher low. We have a low here and a lower low over here, or equal low, I should say. And we do have a high here and a lower high here. Well, it's a higher high up here. So it could be a sign of exhaustion. And this could be, you know, against the higher time frame bias, which is long. This could start moving short. I just don't know if I want to take that. Yeah, you're trying to get an ES break long. Let's see. Yeah, I see that. I don't know. We're looking a little exhausted here. I just don't know yet. Let's see if volume can pick back up. You know, if we push through these highs, if we can start making some moves. We're just kind of bouncing around right here, unfortunately. Just floating around view app makes you scared. We're building up some large, and then it's just 50-50. Building up some large. You're talking about like building up to make a large move? I have a couple of areas here where we're absorbing and passive selling going on up here, but again, it's just kind of like if you're seeing just a little bit, it might not be worth it to jump in. I want to see something extreme happen. Like here's an example. Let's say we push up, try and break this area high. Maybe we wick out up here. Go like that. Then we wick out up here and then come back into the range. And then we start seeing aggressive selling happening in this area. That would be a short I would like to take. Now, a long, if we start going long, I could still see the same thing happening where we break out above this area. Let's mirror this side, something like that. Maybe we break out like that. Let's say we come back down. We do a deep retracement. Going long from down here would be ideal. I think if we break out from right here, we have the potential of going up, sweeping the lows, and then making the real move up. So I guess in looking at this kind of scenario, the two options I have are to wait for this to get hit and take it long, or wait for this to get hit and take it short, and then take it long. So either one requires me to wait, not trying to take this initial breakout. Now, I guess the other sort of scenario that could happen here is, let's say there's a lot of momentum that builds up and people are getting squeezed out. This could start running. In which case we'll probably see an indication that, like, basically it's like a volcano. If pressure starts building up, sometimes you got to hop on board. This pullback makes sense. Take profit is 25,630. You're in this long? Okay. Cool. Do I see a pullback that makes sense? Are you referring to a separate trade than what you're in? Boom. Nice, dude. All right, so you can see we're building up some momentum here. Let's see if the buying continues. 25,630 was VWAP. It was significant right here. Nice. So one of the scenarios I had, right, was just breaking this level, hitting VWAP, and then coming down. Right now, I'm watching to see what is price doing. Looks like 630 is holding as support so far. So maybe an extension up to the value area high, 25,655. Looking like we're going to keep going up. I think I'm down to take scalp. $25,630, being under it, not ideal. A quick retest under here is okay, but if we continue to stay under this 630 level, probably gonna shake me out. I'd like to see this flip green and then very quickly move away from my price. Not that direction. That's more like it. Now we're hitting that VWAP. Let's see what happens. lower prices. I didn't see that top wicking out right there and then coming right back down. But this 25,630 could have been the potential ceiling. Good indicator. What do you mean? All right, so looks like looks like the offer is being lowered. So we might be looking for a short move here. I mean, that was just bad timing. So I'm looking short right now. That was quite the pullback. Looking for this to continue going short. This was right here at VWAP. Yeah, we had some absorption happening and was looking like we were going to bounce back above it and then hold. But this getting rejected here is a pretty big deal. So at the very least, I'm looking for it to come down here, I would say, if I'm going to start looking long. I wouldn't want to take it long here. I would want this to sweep all this and then come back to here. Finally, we get a big seller stepping in right here. Let's see if that can help push this down. So my bias was long until we got rejected at VWAP right here. Once that happened, then, you know, obviously I had to flip. I was in a losing trade. I had to flip. But this being rejected and staying under it was evidence against this being long. We could go and retest this, but for the time being, that was enough for me to say, hey, in the short term, we're probably looking for lower prices. If we come down here, maybe I can start considering a long. And if this candle flips, then I'll probably just need to like sit on my hands for a second. This candle flipping, going above this price, being above where this seller came in, would be probably just an indication that I need to chill because I'm not able to read this correctly. I'm probably down. Let's see what's up with this. I think we're probably right at the point though where we're gonna have a good trade coming out of this. Um, it might be this rejection coming down, and it could continue going down. But if we come back down, find support and bounce up, we could have an explosion out of this area. Right now, it's looking like this was like it looked like a weak rejection, but then it had some follow through with aggressive selling happening. So I don't know where this can go, but I'm gonna hold on to this and see. Hoping we can get a quick flush out of this area right here and start moving down. $25,604 potential ceiling right here. This recovering all the way back up would probably be I don't know. It would make me want to break off my keys from my keyboard, probably. Kind of bouncing out of nowhere here. Didn't really see anything significant as a reason for why we're bouncing. Coming back, retesting this level, 25,600 and above. Yeah, it looks like we might be squeezing up. So if we continue with this buying and we go break this level, it would probably be a huge upset. I mean, it will be a huge short, and we could see aggressive squeezing happening at that point. Right here, bouncing out of this area right here was like, I don't know, didn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, but this will be my second reminder. If we were looking, I mean, this changed things, right? So we got rejected off of this VWAP, but we still have higher time frame bias long. So it could be that you set out because of an uncertainty. ES VWAP, what does that mean? Looking more like we're building along since we're above this 607 area. Unfortunately, this is frustrating. It's consolidating. ES and NASDAQ do the same thing above it. It keeps bouncing off of it, bouncing off VWAP. So VWAP for me on NQ is right here, 25,630. So we're below VWAP. And on ES, let's see. On ES, we're above it. So we got ES that's above VWAP, and we have NQ that's below it. Looks like we're going to retest VWAP. Man, I'm just getting caught on basically the wrong areas with the wrong ideas. So up here, I was trying to long it, and down here I'm trying to short it. And I should have been longing it down here and shorting it up here. I'm basically taking breakout trades when we're consolidating. Being in a trade and not seeing anything happen, like where it's just bleh up here, not showing a ceiling, no nothing. It's not very strong, at least. That definitely makes me nervous. Is gonna just break out long, so I might just have to reset. Little bit of passive selling happening up here. Around 619, but it's just not looking like it's enough. All right, let's see if this bounces from here. Give me one sec. All right, let's see if we can get a breakout. Incredible. Incredible. Let's see. We'd like to see it bounce from here. If not, then basically it's the same thing that's happening. I'm trying to take this breakout trade when it's just coming back down to test this low. Once that coda, you're a good boy. Give me one sec. All right. I was in short. I was in short, and then after seeing this, it was looking like it was bouncing from here and gonna go long, and so I go long, and then it starts going short. It's the kind of market this is. I love it. Definitely looking like one of those times where I need to draw out this range. And after this trade, probably just not going to touch anything until we break this range, because we're just, I mean, wicking back and forth. All right, let's see if we can get. Nah, we won't get anything going. Trying to get, let's see if we can get above this 25,615 area and start moving. Not staying in the stupid range. Start moving quickly from here. Looks like 25,622 was not helpful. Got some sellers up here. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling this. We're kind of going back and forth. I'm just kind of getting chopped up in this mess, and I'm looking for stuff, and the stuff that I'm seeing is not, playing out in my favor. Was thinking after this rejection down here, let's get on side with the overarching higher time frame bias here, but looks like we had a rejection here. Looks like order flow might be going short, but taking it within this has not been good because I tried to take it here, got stopped out. Then you can see, like, if you're just watching these candles go back and forth, you can see there's just not a whole hell of a lot of like conviction. You'll see it go to the bottom of this candle and then pop all the way back up to the top where it opened. It's kind of dirty. This rejection right here is making it concerning that we could potentially be looking for lower prices before we break out, potentially pulling back down to here before we go break out. But then this is, again, this is like bouncing from this area right here. Just not a lot of clarity. Not loving it. And so this kind of price action just chopped me up, 3 times now in a short span of time. I'll put my stop below here, below this 25,598 level. And, if we go hit it, it's looking like selling is continuing. And once again, I found myself in the middle of the range, taking the wrong side of the trade. So basically getting chopped up in this range right here. Now it's like if we do break these lows, it would be the same trade I tried to take going short where it came back up and stopped me out. I don't know if there's a lot that can be trusted here. I mean, you can see how this how this candle's acting right now. It's not great. And then taking a breakout trade while we're consolidating again is like, this consolidation is a little painful. So the move might just be wait till it hits this area and then go long and don't do anything until then. But this is, it's ugly. This is ugly. This is what ugly price action looks like when, we reach a level, we get rejected from that level, and then we don't do anything. We get rejected and we do this. And that's what's tough about this is that usually when you hit a significant level and you bounce off it, you get a nice reaction out of it that you can at least take advantage of for something quick. But this has not been promising because we bounced off it, we come down, we bounce right back up almost to that level again. Then we start moving down and we come right back up to the middle of this again. So there's not really much you can do with this kind of price action. Hoping we can get a quick fall out of this range here, out of the low. This consolidation. We go ahead and put that volume profile on this area. Getting below 25,600. Might just have to have some patience here. I'm gonna add right there. So I got to break even in. Hoping we can quickly flush this area. Looking good so far. Let's see if we can get under 25,580. This might spike up and hit me out and hit me break even. I'll re-enter. I was kind of anticipating that. So I'm back at break even. Let's get a quick flush. Not loving this. Might tag me out again, break even. Looks like it might pop again. And if it does, I'll consider it, but taking me out twice for break even is usually when I start questioning the trade. Let's go. Ah. If this doesn't start moving quickly down, I might consider just closing it early so I can at least get something off of this. Scary part about this is I'm not seeing any sort of ceiling up here where we got passive sellers protecting this area. So it could just spike up really quickly. So again, I'm looking for this to move down quickly, and if it doesn't, I'll probably just close it. Yeah, flipping for the third time, take me out, break even third time. That's annoying. It's looking like it's gonna pop. There's nothing really preventing this from just spiking up to take out my stop. The aggressive sellers kind of stopped. So unless they pick back up, this is looking like a break even again. Quick flush, let's go. Nah. What I will do, I think, is I'll move this stop down so that if it pops, then at least I'll get something, not just break even. It missed my stop. It's fantastic. Jeez. So I'm wondering if we might be building along from here. I'm going to see if we get a quick rejection. If not, we keep building above this 600 level. Then we could be building along from here. Stop did me no good. It goes to show you the kind of like shenanigans that happen. Not my stop being missed, but you know, this deep pullback, and if we go now, you know, that's you know, par for the course, getting stopped out and then having it go. When that happens, typically what I like to do is like if it stops me out, and then so let's say it goes all the way up here and my price was down here. This is where I was looking for like it to be a pivot point. Basically, well, I mean, let's say 25,600. So it going up here and looking like it could be continuing to climb and reversing, but then immediately it falls back below the pivot point, like 25,600. I'd be willing to re-enter, like basically right as it came below here. God, getting stopped right here is like, I just would expect if it was going to do all this drama, that it would continue the sell-off, but I might just have to be okay with it not going and stopping out. Gavin, yeah, I'm on NQ right now. So when I started seeing this roll over, this looked like a high probability setup. God, very very frustrating price action not following through here. Coming back up. Looks like it's going to stop me, break even again. Yep, there we go. After this rejection here, I might be willing to take it long. If it ends up going short from here, then I don't know. There's nothing you can do but laugh sometimes. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's just laugh at this. Laugh at this instead of losing money at this. This looked like a high probability setup to me, but probably need to be done for the day. It's kind of taken enough of me chopping me up like this, so probably just gonna call it. I'll hop on some games or something, but if I can catch something later, I will. But right now, this is just kind of frustrating me, not having follow through. So, yeah, I'll catch you on Discord. All right, brother. Take care. Peace out, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow.